Beep beep. Beep bop. Just popping in. That's... Hello. I'm just trying to set up stream. I was gonna add in... Wait, where is it? I was gonna add in a thing. Bunny. I didn't spell bunny right, but whatever. Just... Oh, the text is so small. Albert Hairbrain. This is him, the man, the myth, the legend. Who founded about, or figured out that instantaneous kinesis can definitely, 100% truth fact, can teleport. Can help you teleport from one place to another. I need to make sure everything is all good. Just Banui. I'm just gonna hide the Banui. Oh god. Everything's falling apart! Ah! You don't have anything set up. If for some reason my Twitch thing, my settings for like Twitch or whatever isn't working. Well, I was able to like edit my stream info, but for some reason it's not showing up when like I can hit confirm, and but it did go through, so I'm good with that. Alright, audio and everything seems to be good on my end. And I'm just, not on Discord, what? On, Twitch. Let me switch it over. I'm still transparent from last stream. I'm still canonically dead. Like, dang it. Ah, that's like my freaking audio stuff. What the heck? Is my keybinds gonna work? Yes. Yes, it works. No, it doesn't. Huh? Let me close out Krita so I can see. Just got a Phoenix Wright jump scare because of my background. That's great. That's great to see. Is my thing gonna work? Huh? My PNG thing? What the? My computer made a noise. What was that? I did not... Stop opening up stuff, I swear. Where'd things go? No, I love the Halloween spirit. I just got sent an image. I need to share it with the... I'm gonna share it with the class here. I love Halloween. I love this. I love the spooky season. You know, like, my PNG landed on the angry thing might be... No, it should be the panic one, but... What in God's name am I looking at here? Why would you do this to pizza? Why? I'm absolutely just done. Okay. Anyway, Herlock jump scare. I should just have like a transparent Herlock Sholmes. Like just kind of there. He haunts the, well, he always haunts the narrative. That's what he does. I completely forgot where we were at in this. I think we're about to go into trial 2 of this. And I can't remember why. It has been a bit. I'm just gonna be Ghost and just go chill as a ghost. Also, like, because of last stream, Albert's just more freaking bunny coded than I ever thought. So no, that's wrong. I'm like, did I save it? He's me for real, for real. Also, like, Zeke's still up there. Oh, I have to do a stupid voice. Oh god. Let me, like, have my mic, like, adjusted, because I don't have everything. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you proved that derided explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Albert, the only way to prove you innocent is to like prove like is whether or not to prove this staking machine works or not, and by all means, it shouldn't work. Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh... Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being! No, Albert! No! The heck? The heck? I gotta stop looking at Discord. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're here on the while we're on the subject, what about Barrick? He's being awful! Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! I mean, that... Whatever the heck happened, years ago, it's crazy. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? Glad that's cleared up. Ah yes, he is just a ghost. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. I don't know what accent I'm doing, I'm just switching. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Oh, that's what it was. They were getting the witnesses that saw the explosion right as it happened. Okay, that's what was going on. Make your way into the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is found as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Jones was adamant. A practical implementation, oh my goodness, such as was attempted by the professor, the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. There you go, and Trump's as freaking crazy as it is. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? I forgot there's a child with a piece of corn. Like in the freaking jury stand. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Von Zeeks, I believe these witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes? Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage of at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Words. I hate words. I hate English. Gina! Again. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Esperanto stage. My name is Wilskont Street Sigmund Ornstein. Ah, the little German boy. I have come to see the great exhibition on the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh, Bohemia, kid. I am very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Erlach Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like the way they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high. Can't ya? Can ya? 60 feet. About 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. It was an instante terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get to go look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast those hot, but I couldn't want to, oh my god, this kid's English. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. How many balloons do you freaking have? I still have lots of money. I love this kid so much. Oh. This punk. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Then I removed my mask. This is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So the defense cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. This, like, little bohemian boy with, like, all of his money. Okay. Okay. It's not terrible. I'm only grateful that balloons were not damaged.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini. They're very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they would crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator remaining a particular area. See, in the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impressive areas, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, I can feel you in there, my lord. Okay. Actually, wait. What evidence do I have? Because, like, I remember this. There's Andrew. Photograph of the victim. Minosuke, you have anything to say about Kazuma's badge? The name of the armband's owner is very finely embroidered here. Kazuma Sogi. One day while I'm back in Japan, I burned my official law qualification there. I'll wear one band on each arm. That should make me a very well-balanced lawyer, I suppose. Oh. Their friendship sickens me. The set of scales is supposed to be the symbol of a defense lawyer, I think. And it's set on the background of a sunflower design. Or was it a dandelion? Or chrysanthemum, perhaps? Well, anyway, no one should be judged on their knowledge of flowers. Or lack of it. Or lack of it. Edgeworth cannot bully Phoenix about knowing only 3 flowers. Or was it vice versa? I cannot remember. Oh god dang it, someone's cat's lost. I really want to for some reason, I want to actually read whatever the heck is on like the London news. Cause I can only read a little bit of it. And last time it was like about a skeleton. There's like something about a skeleton.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yup, and it's amazing what the detective gets to, eh? I'm telling you, though, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything. Everything. Cause we were all up above it all. That dodgy cove climbed into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. So you were describing the moment of the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in the ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. There was nothing there before. Looked around, there's a huge great fireball right next to us.
Excuse me.
Small child, what do you have for us? Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? Main teacher at elementary school in Zatzven said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? William Gostrich Sigmund Ormstein. I don't know. Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Jean Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get right, Dodo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, didn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. The mean teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did! I saw it! And you can't say I didn't! I will complain to the council! I will cry and scream! My testimony is the truth! I am Bohemian Prince! You cannot say it's a lie! That is not allowed! He is crashing out and it's so valid. Playing the Blee and royalty card, are ya? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. Ah! In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. This freaking Bohemian guy is like getting this royal treatment. It was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to us at the time. No, what? I couldn't click. Why can't I do that? Prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. We're not gonna question, like, Gott's, like, injured head.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. I'm a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It's logical! What? Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you will insult all of Bohemia. Die. I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky! Oh my goodness, this kid's like crashing out. But anyway, here's a coin. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we can return to the testimony. What is this? Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Okay. Did you see what that actually happened? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion around the stage. Went around to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I'd like to hear. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Use your head, Dodo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, wasn't I? Right. So, cause I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. It was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicked spectators as he tried to seal up the scene. It's a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Okay, I know what... Since game has registered that I've talked to everyone, I'm gonna present the balloon.
Objection!
No? Huh? What the frick am I... It is your task, Counselor. Explain somehow to the court, not the other way around! God dang it. Nope, going back.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip when you are in the sky. Just like that. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Oh. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Oh! He's on a freaking... The balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, haven't just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience. How awful! Seems to me like those things can crash 50% of the time anyway. Oh my god. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, an eminently plausible and unfortunate tragic accident as there were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. We're not gonna question that there possibly could have been like people killed or really hurt because of that other. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I'm a liar? That person's died in a balloon incident? There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issues of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned there was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken! My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente. If you even saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. Right, God. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. I don't think you could afford that. I do not think you could afford that, good sir. If you attack us, we'll fight back. It will be war, all-out war. What's happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Consul, you may now cross-examine the witness. I think, but... Okay.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we were talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grande and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. Clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have a go himself in that case. He just believed it, like, okay. What a catastrophe.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas is not like fire. How... This goes to show that no matter what you're doing in your life, you could just get a job somewhere and just not know a freaking lick of what your job, like what the ins and outs of your job, but you just like, yeah, I'm just gonna sell balloons. And not know what the frick hydrogen is. The magic gas is not like fire. It's like the magic, like, It's like the magic powder in like slime kits, where it's like use this magical power so you get powder to make slime. It's just cornstarch. Like, it's just cornstarch. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, Signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons explode that day. I am completely sure. If you still say that that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. None of them were damaged. And what was the one that exploded? I love his face, like when he's just like, wait a dang second. Something ain't adding up. Ah! I swear, did my keybinds like go whack? Okay. What was it? Okay, but you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? Copies of the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Peter Ragazzo was saying balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? See, signal. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. It's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente, as the signal says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this ragazzo from Bohemia's mistaken about what he saw. Kids crashing out.
Excuse me.
Hello, sir. Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master William Gottstreet Sigmund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yes, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, something tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Look at this! This looks like they're so scared! Hold on, like... Of the Crystal Tower of the Bohemian exhibit of the streets of London, of the Hotel Cellar, of the balloon. He's so excited. Hold on, I really want to like just share this. Like, it really looks like they're scared. Because like how like most of the models like it's supposed to be like adults, it really just looks like they're scared at the camera. Like this is not gonna go well. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, it's one picture. Really, you did take one. But all I want was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Gots looks like the guy from Resident Evil 4. What? Hold on. Wait. I have no idea. Like, it looks like, okay, let me see if I can find that, 'cause... Huh? Oh, what the... Oh my goodness, what is this? Raymond, okay. Okay, okay, I found them. Okay, hold on. Let me just... Oh god, okay, hold on. Let me check. Oh, it's just Ryunosuke just there. Hold on. It's like, let me hide this. Remind that. Can you show us that photograph? Okay, of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. I really did see a green balloon. Oh! I hate that, like, both their hands are just up in the air. I could see it, like, just... Oh, I hate it. This poor child. Holy frick. I can't unsee it. I cannot. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think... I am sorry. No, it's fine. Just love, like, this... Oh yeah, this character looks like this. Like, the judge here, that's Santa Claus. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. He also looks like Gideon from Gravity Falls. You know, I was wondering. Oh my goodness, hold on. Oh, I need, like, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but... Oh my goodness, Gideon. I have not... It's been a while since I've seen that character. Save. When Pennywise show up. If you gave him a red one with Penny. Oh no. I'd be scared. Ah yes, like Pennywise is now a witness to this whole crime. Oh dear God, there's Gideon. Ah, so... Yeah, I can see it. But that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Oh, Nellie's crying. Where if your friend sent a red balloon through your window as a prank, I'd be so spooked. I'd be like, oh, frick, Pennywise coming to get me. Cries in Bohemian. I like how they put the thing. It's funny that this cheerful music plays as he cries. Yeah, why does it play? Dude's like crying about the camera. Cries in Bohemian. This is one very Bohemian sounding cry. They're just standing there. Gina's just flipping her freaking coin, and he's just there. So does he cry in music? He cries. It's how they make music. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. The girl on the right looks like she's trying not to laugh. Oh. She also looks like a Girl Scout cookie saleswoman. She is a great detective. Oh, he's trying to compose himself. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful Sapien memories to take home with you. For some reason, it censored Girl Scout cookie. I don't know why. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. I feel like I have to like start crying myself. Does God's laugh in Bohemian? Cries in Bohemian, laughs in Bohemian, gets angry in Bohemian, it's like a whole other like emotion thing going on. It's like happy, sad, angry, and there's Bohemian happy, sad, angry. You don't say. When I pressed this shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and the hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Sneezes in Bohemian. It's like very distinct too. Like yeah, that's a Bohemian sneeze if I've ever heard. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. Wait, let me see the photograph again. You can just see them. Beam of light. It's a laser. I could not give the flying fig. I almost thought he was gonna say I cannot give a flying frick. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. But Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Well, now we have... Oh, wait. Oh, which statement was it? It was the second statement that he was asking for evidence or something. But... I mean, yeah, cause... Jeez, that's like a perfect shot.
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. My goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. Frick you! I know nothing, Ninte. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Oh, he is...
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such an entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the companion trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because the experimental went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so then scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was the bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one, operated by some rogue trader, clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has been seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Haven't really got to the truth yet. No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There is more. Do you not realize the beam of light? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue!
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? Cause of explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah! It was not my fault! Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying, and the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly an explosive ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. Wait, that leads to an undeniable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is that little white line.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Holy freight, they're like figuring it out by themselves and they don't know. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting that this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, in my opinion, that particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how this is exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, Consul, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and satellite would have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosionaire of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. Oh, we really just caught him off guard. Consul, this is an extraordinary position. Supposition. If the aim was to cause the words. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge. Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. Should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all of this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. It freaking ran, bruh. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared into in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible that what I just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. Oh, wait. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. Oh, god dang it. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. During number 3, all that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on the stage in front of a show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. I like how we have these two jurors, like, I hate, like, trickery and whatnot, like, but it's like, hey, here's some facts here. Like, literally just helping each other out with this. Since it's, like, mixture of science and stage play. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium is on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body will have suffered some burns that would be unavoidable, but not to such extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. Six is like, these jurors were supposed to be on my side, but frick this, I guess. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Von Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Albert? Albert? I swear to God. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut. Please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Oni Asman! No, Albert! No! Albert, God freaking... Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver! No! What are you doing? Defendant, explain this sudden confession. Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. So you want to die for it? So you're just gonna die for it? You stand there and claim it was all a trick? An elaborate prank? But where's your proof? We are far off the path of it being a frickin' prank, bro. No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. Oh. If you just let me, I can prove... Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice for this in this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, Consul, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on the stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's requests but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? He's almost giving that man. Mr. What do you want me to do, man? You want me to prove your innocence or just protect your stinking, experiment? What do you want? There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. It's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Albert, I want to prove you're freaking, You have, what? How many years? You still have a couple more years to, make another machine. Also, I forgot to look at this kid. He's 11. It's a conjuring trick. I'm sorry, Albert. No, I can't say it. My client's placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato! Yay! Susato-san! But what are you? Hiya! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barrack! Lord Von Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Can we please get a Great Ace Attorney anime? I would love that. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, wider than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me too. A monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine. That's right, Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber! Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name my conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you! Holy frick. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering that what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber is a character, I'm sorry to say that it sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. Albert! I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started blowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Oh. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes. Please, go ahead. I'm very sorry. He's just a little guy. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man, if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense? Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I should be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing. Naturally, that machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say no more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Susato! I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. arriving late. Didn't you receive my postcard? I want to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo. It would be a surprise, so it'd be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all the conversation when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. Okay, once we get to where we need to be for the next investigation, I'm gonna be taking a little break. Since we've only been streaming for an hour 47, I think we like time for like a good BRB thing. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. Okay. Sometimes, like, my... Okay, do I have the BRB thing still here? Did I get rid of it? No, I still have it. Yay! Okay. I'll be right back for like a few minutes. Get something to drink and everything, and I'll be right back. Okay. Goodness gracious, like, just, whenever it's like, I'm just one person doing a bunch of accents and like actually want to try my best. Like with Iris, I think I can do pretty well. It's mostly the girls, of course. Like Iris and Gina are like the ones I like to voice. Every other character, frick this. Oh, it's just it's out though, but it's mostly the girl characters. Oh god, Trevor's got to voice Trevor. Let me get rid of this and it's like a split second, like don't worry about that. Checking on stuff to make sure. Nope, okay. We're all good. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn that you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the name symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Oh my god! Yo, it's been a bit. Look at the armband! No, frick. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear, there seems to be a threat coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well, until I ruined it. Okay, you need to tell us what's going on. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Jessie Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikitoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with B emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the reports he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, that he turned as white as a sheet. Why would he be then? Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Oh. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikitoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Shishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Oh my goodness! If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. Seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. Her arm is clipping through the freaking bag. I just realized that. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think he's hoping that by achieving exponential results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. Man, frick that. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikitoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Jessie Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Jessie Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Jessie Brett didn't actually exist. Oh my goodness, the freaking music! Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally on our intelligence services. Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Now, what's up at the freaking elephant in the freaking room? Or not in the room with us, but his spirit. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladed at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. Kazuma's body vanished. Mother fricker just like peace, y'all. Just dissipated in the air. Our government tried to cover the fact up. It seems they erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Megatoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. Someone just decided I'm gonna steal a corpse. I just don't believe it. And why is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? This is like... Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Bureau were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shones was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Shones had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. All in favor of like kicking the shins out of Shom, say aye. Even if no one says aye, I will still do it. I'll kick his shins. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out to not be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm gonna cry! I'm terrified of what that might do to me. No! I'm freaking bawling my eyes out! Ah! I'm about to, like, just cry. Oh my god. The way she turned and just... Mr. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Sato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Are we able to move? Where's Iris at? She's just standing there! She's just standing there, menacingly. Are you gonna blink? Or are you just a JPEG? No, you blink. Okay. I see your Druma still has only one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that's something we'd do together, didn't we? You could do it right now if you'd like. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm gonna cry. You have water gently boiling in the stove, I see. Feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling anyway. We have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. Ah! Hi, Mage. I'm crying. Literally just seeing Susato like almost started to cry almost made me cry because there is a possibility that Kazuma is still alive. And Mr. Sholmes may have lied about it because he's the one that said that he examined the body. He said he was dead. But apparently, his body, when going to Hong Kong, it just disappeared. It's just gone. And Susato is like, I can't think about if he's alive. Or else it's going to make me, like, this is like Susato saying, if he's, I can't bear to imagine if he's still alive, and then, like, he's still dead. Like, she doesn't want to get her hopes up that he could still be alive, but his body's just gone. Like, it disappeared. They don't know where the heck it went. The freaking government just put a gravestone at, like, some little island. And, like, yeah, there's his body there. It's not there. It was gone from the get-go. And I'm about to kick Sholmes' shins for lying. Like, if he lied about Kazuma being dead, I'm kicking him in the hurley. Oh my god. Okay, then he shade? Spade and shovel thing. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. And that's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. What you'd think I would like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato-san's tea. It's amazing what little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some more of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Aww. Let's see what Iris has to say. I should wait the desk. I left your desk completely untouched, Mr. Sato, so it would be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. I've hired this 10-year-old to stare at you. It must be about a year ago now. I read a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of the Hurley's great exploits. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. Oh, we're gonna get lore about the Hound of the Baskervilles and like why Susato knew about it when it's not, she shouldn't have known. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. Well... But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles! I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how'd you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry that I've kept it from you for so long, Iris. Holy frick, the Hound of the Baskervilles lore. This is different music. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." Now, why was that there? What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. My father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Father, did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Raise his eyebrow questionably. But what is Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. When I heard Iris mention the words Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. How does Professor Mikitoba know about this? When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still, I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, oh yeah, we have to freaking, defend Albert. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think of our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drever, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sounds of it. Well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case. So I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? You are 10. Going out by yourself. Well, that was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Oh, I can't go see the mysterious man that was there? Man. Yo, let's see the suite. Has Iris written anything on the board today? This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of those stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak! All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rents magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? He's so silly. There's a wolf! Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder, I've never seen her before. Ah, frick, we're caught. The young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh. You're gonna cry, you say? Bet. I literally, like, cried a little bit because Susato was crying. Like, Trip, you don't understand, like, what you missed. Because there's stuff going around. There's from Memi Menmo-san, who says that frickin' Kazuma's body was never found. What? What? What was I on? Oh yeah, like Kazuma's body disappearing in Hong Kong. They're still trying to find his freaking corpse. Someone took a corpse. For what reason? I don't know. Okay, what was... Oh yeah, Professor Harebrain's experiment. That might... Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. How many times am I gonna get, like, punished for, like, exposing stuff that y'all didn't know was gonna happen? Country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Von Zieks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Womp. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. She's gone! Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I don't know what I would talk to you about. Oh wait, yeah. There's just like stuff like, I gotta defend Albert, I gotta find and notch Trevor, how did freaking Kazuma's body, disappeared? Like, or why? Dig into Von Zieks' past because that's also relevant somehow. It's crazy what's going on. in London. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and the criminals will suffer dearly. Yeah, that's why he's doing all this. So what Susato was saying earlier is right. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of heck. Oh my god. I tend to see it personally. Bonk. I'm gonna bonk him on the head. Where's my freaking thing? Hold on. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. I don't have my freaking soundboard thing at the ready. What the? Where is it? Da 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 da. Bonk him. Look at those eyes. He means every word. He's very threatening. I'm gonna grab his like stick or whatever and just like bonk him on the head. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Oh my goodness, info dumping. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jugoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctualness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals, St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? That's a little messed up. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. Okay, that really hurts. Like... What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. Oh yeah, Von Zeeks, freaking lore, the sad Hoenn. This is so Eucor just... It's so me-core. Look, these next 2 episodes are gonna really just make me actually, wait. Wait, how many episodes do we freaking have? Hold on. Ah! Oh yeah, the professor case and all that. Dude killed, Clint Van Zeeks. No, okay, so we have like 2 cases left. And I'm gonna be crying a lot. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Von Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrick had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrick Von Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So, Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother! Holy frick. Wait, he doesn't deny. He's just gonna let us have that little fantasy in our head that it's a ghost. We need a spirit medium to confirm this. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. At least he's honest about it. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing the investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. With a few hours, Dr. Sykes' team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage. As long as you don't touch anything. Touch nothing. Or as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. I'm pretty sure it's been more than 7 minutes. And however many seconds. You'll have to excuse me now. I'm afraid my next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? Frick this guy. He gets, bonks on the head, like... Alright. New location that's been added. We're just gonna, like, go down the list. Let's talk to Albert. Let's see how he's doing. Oh my freaking god. Albert, what the frick? What is that? Anyone that knows science, can you decipher what the frick he's trying to, like, scribble? Also, where do you get chalk? What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations! And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Sato Mikitoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner! None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm so sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, that's a clear picture. Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Weird autobiography, but okay. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. Oh no. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. What? Really? I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's gonna be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and an odd upbringing. This tiny little science book. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talk a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by the pair of them! By Asmund and by that aloof engineer Drubber! We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of these equations, are we? I don't have... Oh, there's Courtney Scythe. Oh yeah, this little bohemian boy that's like... cries in Bohemian. Where in God's name? I look back at Discord for 1 second. What the heck? I'm gonna look at that later. Esmeralda, Tuspels. To talk to you because of your situation. Mystery man that looks like he's from freaking Assassin's Creed, according to Star. Brother. Okay. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmund, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you still my god. You've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis. Your friendship sickens me, and the fact that y'all are so chill with each other after 10 freaking years. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. My silence speaks volumes. had not seen him. And they have not seen each other in 10 years, and like during court, he kept using Barrick's Lord Von Zeke's first name. And then like by the end of it, Lord Von Zeke's used Albert's first name, and I'm like, your friendship sickens me. God. Are we talking about the same guy? He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? What would... Admittedly, Barrick really put Albert in more danger because he's the prosecutor. I mean, Mr. Natsume isn't dead yet, and same with Gina. There might be hope for Albert. How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Albert, I hate to say it, but you're gonna get killed by Clint's ghost tonight. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. That's why we had to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Notch Trevor. Now... Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Aspen first brought Trevor to me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? That's where he could be! And not Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Oh yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. Oh, that's not suspicious at all. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil! You just sniffed it! We have Sholmes eating soap. I mean, Albert ate paper earlier, so... Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. Use oil? What do you think, Miss Sato? Are you the machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. He would have never... What? Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette out the window, why don't you? Or to the wind. And not Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Yo, have you read the back of it? Or looked at the back? This looks like a postal stamp. My goodness. Holy frick! Oil. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Harry mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specifically imported very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. It doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on there. So... Okay, I think we're done here. Hey Albert, you want to see Andrew? Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Well, Albert, there's kind of blood on him. Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then when I come to tying a screw with him, he slips in my hands and I can't do it. It's that age-old problem faced by what? What? Really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. He's like so slippery, just like, yep. Well, there it goes. There goes the screwdriver. Goodness sakes, you have to go everywhere. There has to be something here. Oh yeah, it's still broken. Dog? There's a dog! Tata, please. There is a pupper I saw. I had no idea there's so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? Just shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lots would show your mugs before long. Oh, I thought that was Gina. Oh, it's Gregson. Hey! Gregson! Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greens to you. Do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. Oh, well, this is new. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right? Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina! He just looks over, bro! Look! She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now! Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. Aww. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. No, Gregson! Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France that is. To France? I'll be working the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. No, Gina! He's gonna take Gina away! What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. I love him so much. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Gregson adopted her. You cannot change my mind about that. Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least. I'm gonna cry. Oi, did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. Suppose I better keep my word and not to mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Look at the dog! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Toby! Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's a not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Oh, what the fudge? Okay, I don't know what... Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Yes, Toby. Dog. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Oda yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one! That's why only them lots are allowed to investigate it. What's it called again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team? Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah! But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? Yeah, that's his name. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You've met him? Last time the boss called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, he'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, seems the stairs, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Okay, we got the A-OK. It was great, wasn't it? I had the right to laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and all just made things odd for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It was the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow's trial and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? And not Strebber. That's the one? Yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. Guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss if you ask me. He says it's giving them guttache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Let's ask about Toby. Actually, let's ask about Toby and then, like, let's investigate a little bit before we go back to Gina. 'Cause where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flammin' rude, Odo! Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruits dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used to officially in Germany as part of the city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Okay? That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, you could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruto, I think you may have missed the point, but rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right? One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby Ears is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. Oh. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. What kid? I was about to say, like, what kid was she nice to? I'm like, oh, Iris, never mind. Let me... just save here real quick. Right back, need to refill my drink. I've heard this Gene Illustrate stare at you. Okay, I'm back. Let's move. Oh wait, we have to examine. What? Okay, I don't think we have to look anything around here. It's like, it's the main machine we need to look at because stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Let's go see. Oh my, this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is that... Lord Von Zeeks? Oh my goodness, he's out in the open. Holy frick, he's in the world. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have been bent her steel will. Bro's just aura farming, I swear. He's just standing there. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Isn't it exhilarating? All the different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? Now it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. Never realized that British buildings, being made from bricks and stone, are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about things that are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh, yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help but wondering what Onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on in my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really ought to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh frick, wait, there's the cage. Wait, why is it here? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion, then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important of a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. We have the whole freaking bird cage in our inventory. Wait, how did he die again? Hold on. It pierced the heart, so it didn't pierce his entire body. So that's why there's no blood there. Hey! No! No! Get that out of here! What? Okay, what do I freaking look at here? Look here, Mrs. Sato. Yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying. down to the crystal tower below. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Wait, frickin', how is it? How did he die? Hold on. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. A broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay, well, we found an inconsistency there. Or I think, no. No, I'm thinking, like, well, with how they described how he fell, it was like he went head first. But that's not what killed him, it was the frickin'... it was Andrew. Anything else I need to know? It's just made out of frickin' wood. Though... I don't know how you stuck this thing all together without having some sort of metal, but okay. Here the ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance will be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it's complicated for you, isn't it? It's like, well, if I die with all of you. Like... Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. But I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. There's the balloons. Nope. Let's talk to freaking Zeke's. He's just aura farming. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stands firm behind you. Lord Von Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. We're really just bringing up dirt from like so long ago. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Von Zeeks. You Nipponese always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? What's so funny? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Von Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that comes to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Testbel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that is since last month I featured in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned us white as a sheet. I mean, how white can he go? He's freaking pale. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Okay. Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Ah! Mystery Man. Holy frick, hello Assassin's Creed guy. The filer requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? I'm gonna cry! I don't believe it. I'm gonna post it in the photos thing. I'm gonna cry. Your posture, your presence, it can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? I'm gonna cry, that's what's going on! Ah! What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. No! He has amnesia. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He used to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Chisato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. She's gonna cry! I'm gonna cry. She's gonna cry. You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Von Zeke's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I'm gonna kick his shins. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. We could do without that. Wish we could just pay someone a freaking 10 pence and be on with it. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. We got kicked out! I'm gonna krill. Oh my goodness, my stupid taskbar. Okay, let's talk to Gina. My god, let's talk to her. No, don't move. We need to talk. Oh, now it's off the table. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Knox Trevor. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes, what don't match? Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scowling Reaper what's always glugging down glasses at blood-red plunk. At Lord Von Zeke's. He's always at it in it for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, Demigod. You're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. I'm glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yacht's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebra at all. Let's move. Actually, wait, take a look at Drebra real quick. Very intimidating, I will say. He has like the same little like he has a badge there. Just like on his card. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E. So if ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. Turns out that this very high quality French machine oil, it has a very particular scent apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right! You mean Toby. The sense of smell is good. So good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebra's workshop. Sniff it, Toby. You got this. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebra's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Nodo, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me who what gets in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson. Again. Ready, Toby? Got the oil sent of ya. Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the Channel of France. Like, either that dog's gonna pick up the oil in Britain, or it's gonna be to France. My god, there's so many places to be! No doubt when we're done investigating here, like I will end the stream because it's like, oh my god, there's like lore. Kazuma might be alive, even though it's like, What's going on, Madam Tussbells? Is shown still? Oh, hey, that detective's gone. Or that police officer. Where's Sholmes? I gotta kick him in the Hurley, alright? I got a job to do. my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Is he not here? Okay, there's that. Waxwork. Yeah, okay, so he was standing here before. And that's where the professor is supposed to be, in there. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whoever's on the other side of them, just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. It looks like she's looking at the Tenna mask I have. Which is funny. God freaking... Okay, we have to talk to freaking... Courtney Scythe. Holy frick, we're gonna be talking to a woman. A wolf. Also, that owl's scaring me. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Oh, I don't like how quiet it is in here. Why is it so quiet? Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and intricate carvings a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mrs. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoiding talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. Let me cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Yo, Trip, you know this guy? It looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. I mean, if the Daruma doll started blinking at me, I'd be scared. What in God's name are you... Okay. What? Bottle? Look at all the bottles on the shelves of these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. I mean, how can you stomach eating in here? A table and a set of sharp tools, and you consider each in isolation, and it looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, it seems so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on the bookwork with this astrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Not even account for the blood that's like on the table and everywhere. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Suppose they're fruit liquors or something, like the pickled unimboshi plums we make back at home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution, probably an example of some rare medical condition. Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or unimboshi, aren't they? Of course. I'm just thinking of like the second Apollo Justice case, where when like you go into like the doctor's office and there's like a bunch of containers and it's like, oh my goodness, is this like human organs? And it's like, no, it's fish. It's just fish. Here, it's actual organs. Actually, no, sorry, my mistake. It's freaking plums and like preserved in jars. What's in the book? Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month! What? 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances, and scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the east, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Courtney Scythe, how old are you? Oh, we already have like a freaking file on Drebber. A notch Drebber, 35. A trickster who seems to be both an engineer and a magician. He constructed a machine for Professor Harebrain's demonstration. Courtney Site 39, Scotland Yard coroner, leader of the Friends investigation team, and one of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies. Ma'am, what do you think of my badge? Dr. Scythe, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... I'm not good enough. In that case, why would you show me anything? Clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. Well... So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from this examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later, partway of the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right! If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Child. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. Pleased to meet you. Hello, to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Ma'am? Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? Oh, heck yes, I need to kick his shins. We have things to discuss and dying to meet him again. I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about this latest unusual adventure. She's aura farming. Look at her. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on the things, so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Alright. Goodbye. We shall leave to Madame Tuspel's and kick Sholmes in the shit. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to the place yet. I still like to turn around on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course. Satsun really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Oh! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure I wasn't there before. Holy frick, he's there! It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Except for the weird kimono he's wearing. You count the kimono as, like, part of it, but okay. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh! The friend of my dedicated employee. Hello, Madame Tuspels. Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties. All dialogue ignores the DLC outfits. Yeah. Which I find that funny. Laws, do not disturb, huh? I'm gonna kick him in the shins. Do not touch the waxworks. Well, he didn't say anything about kicking. Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Well, I must speak with the man, so... I really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? What is he doing? He gonna punch the heck out of that other waxwork? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Huh? Wax on, wax off! Sholmes jump scare. Wax all over. No. Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Oh no! Stop! Oh, frick! God dang it. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London. Goodness. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. I mean... You are wearing disguise in technicality, but, you know, story doesn't perceive you wearing a kimono. Largely solved. We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Oh god. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiate with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussbells at all cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. What? Meanwhile, Iris is out in London streets getting herbs by herself. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Sholmes, what do you think of my armpits? Mr. Sholmes, about this. So we'll see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say 4 pence per item as a consolation fee? Alright, he says 2 hours of gas, that is. We're gonna talk about Kazuma in a second. First, Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with a considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, I'll get your thoughts later. What happened with Kazuma? Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He went all out serious. He just locked in, bro. He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. Bull! Absolute bull! But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I can believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. I will serve you well to remember that. You couldn't have not known that he was dead. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that this is all I can say. To this day, I'm just like, yeah, there's no freaking way he thought that he was truly dead. Because surely you would have raised an... I'm pretty sure an eyebrow would have raised if it's like, oh yeah, the corpse, the body is just freaking gone. I'm going to freaking cry. Here's freaking Drebber's photo. God. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's a Mr. Notched Rubber. The face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. He locked in again. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes. Forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibition from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's very well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is a seriousness or silly. If this is seriousness or silliness. Am I doing the silly bit or what's up? I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. Oh, not like that? Okay. Is Sholmes back? No, he should... He's gone back to his wax work. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes is renowned as being a master of disguise, you know. Does pretend to be a waxwork count as a disguise? There's a stepladder there. Look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? The ladders and stepladders conundrum finds its way in the games. Oh no, I need to examine and look at the thing. $5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. I love this. Yeah, this is what Britain's all about. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. I think that's the best thing. Where'd the heck the head go? Where's his head? Oh, I don't like that owl. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mrs. Sato, I say we turn our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. Look, at least we didn't pay, like, what, 10 shillings to, like, be here to see a headless guy? But still, 5 shillings is highway robbery. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? So we paid 5 shillings? Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? I paid 5 shillings just to see a guy headless. Absolute cinema. Okay. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. Looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do you have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Or do we? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, don't we? Do we? There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece, too. Oh, I wonder where it came from. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we see a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? So we found our stunt double. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Okay, nothing special about the... Part of the exhibit. It's just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. Oh. It's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not like a Japanese chochin, paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, cochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in the graveyard nights with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit graveyards at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Oh, look at that spade. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato. Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. There's a camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. Also, this was like 10 years ago. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder, perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we could find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Let's see who this Can I see the mystery man? I can barely see his face. Hi. Can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. God! His face! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Holy frick. It's a notched rubber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes, this man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Tout de suite, as Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry eye still waits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Sato. Do go on. And, terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educate you a little about the nature of the incident involving the professor 10 years ago. At least we're gonna get something from him. Oh, God. First, before that, I need to look at the camera. Oh my God, why is there blood? What a wonderful machine. I really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells the time by the trembling of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Oh my God, Susato. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Okay, blood in the inside of the camera. The cover came open. Now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. What a pity. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never have found the photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san. She looks devastated. Oh, if it weren't for the mysterious red stain on, like, the side of this frickin' sucker. Also, glass. Ah, no, I could freaking care less about, I could care less about you, Drebber. Glass. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh my god, it is 12:14, but I said that we would finish this investigation. I'll be right back. I have hired this man. He's very much looks threatening. I've hired this man to stare at you. Beep. Okay, okay. God, when the times, like, when he gets so serious, it's a little unnerving. Oh, wait, hold on. Give us the professor lore. God, why does he have to be so serious? Why? Why so curious, Jones? I had to make that joke. I've been like watching Timmy like Lego Batman stuff, or just Batman stuff in general, really. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Eh. Oh gosh, an enormous hound! How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court. So you mean that the professor's identity... As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was similarly sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. Okay. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness, but of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat, and not Trevor. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of a notched Trevor. 10 years ago, the convicted professor having been gifted and buried emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. How old is Trevor? In this 35. Oh yeah, he would have been around his 20s. 25. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Trevor ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. In sheer terror of what he'd seen, is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. I really wonder how people just get like a close-up photograph like of him like this. Like how? For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic over every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand was what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper class into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been in the following execution. This is like a whole conspiracy thing. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation. Yes, the young man subsequently vanished from society. Nothing has been heard of him since. I mean, well... rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white. And if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. And, I mean, there's the thing with Madame Tussbells, like... If this is based off like a real event, and they're usually like Madame Tussbells, like, because this is like a whole rumor thing and whatnot. So it's like, why would she even have this here if it was just like a whole like fabrication? Oh. What the bleeding Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said that this is where you be, so... So? Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tussbells will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from the 6 months ago, so... So? Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. It's lost its color. Sorry, I got scared. You should be trying being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that dodgy cove's workshop! What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yup, Toby's nose took me straight to there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in the drag, so come on! Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright, see you there. Look at her! Oh! You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? Oh! I know my place. The exhibit over there. Oh no, the depression hit him again. Oh dear, someone is feeling very sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense. Oh, forget that! I'll pay for everything! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. Not offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then? Or no offer? I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Oh my goodness, I can see Sasato's little charm right there. Oh. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got there then. Gina, well done for finding this place. In such a little time, you really worked miracles. It's Dobio who's the miracle worker. I thought you lot would show up before long. Why is your face all scrunched up? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any signs of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Heck yeah, Gregson. This is what made me have faith in him. Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Von Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes? Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Gregson's like, I don't know what the frick you do on your off days, but okay. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Gregson's just looking up like, my freaking god, bro. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. The young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Notch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. We just have this. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering Virgin Towns for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. If we would... I'm sorry, I'm looking at this and all I'm thinking of is that stupid vase in like, the first game of like the Phoenix, right? Trilogy. Like the 5th case where you have to put that stinking vase together and make it look like the blue badger. That's all I'm thinking of. I don't know why. Anyway. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Me playing Lego Marvel, playing as Spider-Man, and just like the invisible line that just goes up to the sky. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers. Holy frick. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. So, now confirmed that is Drebber's. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There will be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen in to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. Nothing else? Okay, let's barge the door down. There's a door over here. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. No one's given it to you. Rexon looks as though he really enjoyed that. Wait, I'm sorry, I just saw his smoked face! What the He was so smug, bro! God dang it, I didn't take a screenshot. Oh, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Yo, there's Clint Van Zeeks, your freaking ghost is here, I swear to God. Oh, is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, how did it know? What you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard. Holy frick, someone's in there. Alright, frick that specialist. Sholmes, get on that. What the? Oh my, someone is in there. This run bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were consonants, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. You confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you'll all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. You'll be prepared. He may have a gun. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in there after all! But there must be! It was only moments ago that we heard those noises! Maybe that was the sound of Trevor running away. Where would he run to? But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what have we got here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there would have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. Are y'all not gonna acknowledge the thing? This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you don't observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, before the forensic investigation team arrive too. I'm just gonna post that in there because that's like no context. That's a very large safe. Don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. And I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. I'm gonna let it be known that we're about to do a freaking dance of deduction, and I'm gonna be screaming at Sholmes. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down. But why? It's all a frickin' conspiracy. Oh, frick. What did I do? Balloon? That's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying afloat on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Yeah, we're about to end this case, or not this case, but this investigation with a very stupid dance of deduction. There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. I need to, like... Hold on real quick. Okay, well, first off, I need to, like, fix my chat box, because for some reason it's on the very far side here. Lock this. Lock all of these. I'm gonna turn off the charms and the VTuber thing, because I'm about to, like, let y'all see this in full. This whole thing is pulled out. Alright, Sholmes, what you got here? Okay. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up. Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Well, thank goodness, but then what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen the other heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go. Feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I could draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first... Just looking at this chat! Like, Neko... Furry arc? I'm good. I'm about to lose my marbles with this man. Goodness gracious, I'm gonna be screaming at this man. I'm gonna get this guy. I'm gonna get this punk. Alright, hold on. Okay. I need to compose myself because I'm just like, oh my god, I gotta sit through this thing when it's like, it's a freaking bomb. He's like, no, it's not. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Who else would it have been? Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Gregson is just standing there like, I'm going to kill this man. Yeah. He's thinking about it. He's thinking. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Topic 1, flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently had been happily positioned on the ceiling, therefore falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. I'm about to end this man's whole career, but then why does it have a clock on it? Anti-gravity device. We are so dead here. And a most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There is clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state of which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Ah, so that's why, like, your deductions seem out of whack. Because gravity was reversed. Okay. Missing engineer. Where did he go? Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answers will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. I'm sorry, the way Sasato's looking at the camera, like it looks like she's looking at us, is like, are you freaking kidding me? Like looking at the fourth wall. Actually, no, since we're on this side, she's like probably looking at us and it's like, is he being for real? I'm pretty sure like Gregson's about to pop a blood vessel. Okay. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Oh my god. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen onto the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. I like how this is the same guy who's like instantaneous kinesis and making people travel places is not real. But anti-gravity devices are. Oh god, if his partner could see him now. Actually, is this what Dr. Wilson had to go through? With Sholmes? How did he live with this man? The man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was only his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our revival. Oh my god, have a stroke. We reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for fun. Oh, no, be my guest. Go mess with the anti-gravity device. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Gregson is about to pop a vessel. Gina's having fun. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, is there just one thing? There is just one thing that troubles me. Wouldn't expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. However, my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem, it's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Had I was come up with the exact phrasing, my original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sutton lent me once.
Objection!
Oh! Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. Meanwhile, as we're deducing this, like, who knows where freaking Drebber is? Oh my god, I'm trying to like... Here with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Minor corrections is an understatement. Oh my god, I got course correction. Okay. Lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Notch Drebber gets too far away. And maybe before that anti-gravity device goes off as well. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. And okay. I'm not screaming as much because, like, I'm so tired. As in, I'm tired of this man. Oh my god. Ah, what the frick? Everything is upside down. Oh, you don't say. Okay. Been a while since I saved. Let's save here. Everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive such an explanation. The man himself admitted to his scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. You must clearly discount the idea at once. It's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely. Reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay. Oh, there we freaking go. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Look at that. I know, that slender little vase. Looks like it's about to topple any moment. The flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
Wait, I'm about to end this man's whole deduction. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the parts gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Miss Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all of the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large state, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let's just continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. So it is a We are so gonna die. You don't say. Okay, this is where he starts to make some sense. Hopefully. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Holy frig, I wonder. of all places to put a code. Hold on. Don't. Okay. Actually, well, look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Yes, safe 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure. As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room. So yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart, you always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And that what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I had forgotten which book I ran the number in and had turned my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. What is this? This man's just staring at me, and is he blinking? I don't think he is. I actually won the second prize. Oh, no, he is. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my point now. Wait, what? I can't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I turned my room upside down. He looks so spooked, like God freaking did I. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupants of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? above our heads. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. Can't think of any other way to explain it all. Life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Dear God. Okay. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Okay. Oh my freaking God, there it is.
Take that!
There's a freaking shoe! The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. That's some really dirty shoes for like to leave like impressions like that. Also, really hard throw, Jesus. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? The green balloon had seemed somewhat familiar data. It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon was Master Gott's claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. Was the second birdcage the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception? You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of the lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we can see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. We've gone back full circle. Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Crossbow time!
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belonged to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, You could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that an Ostrubber has hidden inside that balloon? Holy frick, we found the head. What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Mrs. Sato. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tussbill's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. I believe Madame Tussbill's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tussbill's and returning it, sans tete, earlier today was none other than a Ostrubber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by a Ostrubber's workshop. Oh, well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction, a Ostrubber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the...
Take that!
We got him, boys! Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Impressed for time, made no attempt to write to the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his research for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Ostrubber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. He freaking Indiana Jones, like, locked himself in, like, something. Punk! So, Mr. Naruhodo? I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that! Well then, here goes. Holy frick. You found me. Yo! Yo, we're on time for Halloween soon, man. What? I love his music. Right then, sir. Mr. Not Strubber, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb I left in a most prominent position. Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare! Holy frick! That was too close for comfort. I've got only 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a kill or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' seductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Here's the man, the myth, the legend. He has a freaking robotic arm. Look at him. Almost died. I still can't believe we were nearly blown up. What was that sideways glance of aid, Mr. Naruto? I thought that Zeusy meaning from the movement of people's eyes was your specialty, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind that now. Let's see what Mr. Jobber has to say for himself. What do you think about this? It might surprise you to learn that I'm actually a lawyer from the Empire of Japan. I detest lawyers. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to grind down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. Any chance 2 negatives make a positive? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we be giving it all thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Oh. Ah, that would have been me. Oh, god dang it, Sholmes. For some reason, I woke in a fine vessel today. I swear he's going to kill you, Sholmes. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose, though I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd rammed it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. God, death wish Shavia, hiding beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Indiana Jones moment. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. So it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow this all up? No, that wasn't foreseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculate the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. He's just looking at him like you got anything to say. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, and nose and mouth? Well, you can't have a mask, but... I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor, clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am unable to open it, safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough! Oh my god. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, knows Dr. Scythe. If it is protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really Nothing more than a shell, you. Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... That one? You mean... Oh, no. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Oh, I cannot wait for the freaking trial. I'm about to end this man's whole career. But that will be for next time. I need to get the frick out of here. Yeah, so that all happened. Nope, frick. It is not a good morning, Albert. I already saved. Oh my... It is 1:43 in the morning. Yeah, this is usually my usual time. When I'm playing this, the games get so long, and it's like... I want to try to keep everything like contained with like just the investigations. Like each stream is like just the investigation, just the trial. To keep it all like in. Even though we did a bit of a trial today. But, freaking... Yeah, that all happened. His music's great. I hate him, though. I also hate Chomps for just, like, the whole rabbit hole, whatever the heck we went down. Of an anti-gravity device. But this is where I end the stream. I shall see y'all next time for whenever I do this. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And I'll see y'all later. Goodbye.